Hey guys, so we just got a big print on initial jobless claims are still coming out here. So big print on Philly Fed manufacturing and then a really good print on the initial jobless claims spiking the US dollar here. So great prints on the Philly Fed manufacturing, 12.6 versus a consensus of minus 1.6. You got initial job loss claims beating expectations coming in 198K versus 215K. So dollar up, yields up, metals are gonna just get pummeled here. Considering they had a early future sell-off. Now they've got the backdrop of potentially a stronger US Dixie ripping to the upside as well as some US two-year yields. YS saying TSMC earnings boost. Yeah, so you did have some earnings across the board here. Oops. Basically TSM, Taiwan Semi here. Wait, sorry. TSMC? Let me see that. Who's TSMC? Taiwan Semi? They report earnings today? I don't have them reporting earnings until. Oh yeah, they did report earnings. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, solid earnings gap up this morning for TSM. It's lifting the whole semiconductor complex here. So, yep, good observation there. Good observation. Thank you. All right, what else do we have going on? Let's just quickly look through. I'm still kind of settling in here, guys. Drinking my coffee, waking up. Been awake, but my caffeine hasn't kicked in. Oh, I'm hoping they drop silver like a frickin' rock, man. I really want them to drop silver. Come on, baby. Dump silver. Dump it. I'm in we took some put options yesterday, just around 3 o'clock before the close. And right now they're working out A-OK in SLV. We took the 79 SLV puts. And those went in the money last night. Pretty crazy. But I'm hoping that they really drop it a lot. You want TSN? You know what? There's a strong chance that I was just looking at this chart there, YS, and yeah, there's a strong chance. There's a strong chance that it can gap and crack. That's for sure. Yeah, so just typing something here. Looking at this TSM, let's see what we can find here. All right, so let's just draw a trend line. Let me remove these prior day highs and lows. So we're through that trend line. Yeah, so I mean, there is a nice little resistance trend line going back here on TSM, which indicates that we could bubble up a little bit more. And then you have this other larger channel. So there's definitely going to be some resistance, but it can move up a little bit more. Yeah. So you'll have a little bit of a short scalp opportunity if you push up into, call it, this trend line here, 349, 350 maybe. 349 looks good. But ultimately, it does look like TSM can still move to the top of this channel, and that could happen today. But there's a strong chance that once you get into this channel resistance, you could see some sell side pressure. All right, silver getting absolutely pummeled. I love it. Printing, baby, printing. Fucking take it down, baby. Get my $79 puts in the money today. Let's look at gold here. There's a potential head and shoulders building on gold at the high here. You know, if you crack this neckline target, 45.04. Take it down, man. Look at this Dixie pump. Dixie 4-hour chart breakout trying to be observed right now. Filthy move. Let's hopefully it doesn't just gap and crack. But US dollar looking pretty solid, and rates right now are flying on the short end of the curve. All right, what else we got going on here? I guess I can open up pre-market movers here. We need a flush and capitulation. Yeah, we do. Well, believe it or not, the market is still trendy here. I mean, look at that big gap up this morning. It's crazy, right? So the stock market isn't as sensitive to the rates and the dollar right now as like the metals and commodities are. So the stock market can still trend, and we're seeing that right now. And right now, you had silver when it hit the highs here across 5 trillion, right? So now silver down from the highs is what? Or down about almost 6% from the highs. So take 6% away from 5 trillion, I don't know what you get, but that's a nice few hundred billion that now is going to look for a rotationary trade. So again, whether that's crypto, maybe, I mean, Bitcoin's under a touch of pressure, but the market still has the backdrop of you got your soft oil, crude oil back under 60. I mean, it looked like it was having a beautiful breakout, now getting slammed yet again. You got natural gas, which is still pretty weak. I mean, very, very depressed on the daily chart. And so the input costs for the stock market are super cheap right now. And honestly, that helps margins across the landscape in a big, big way. You're gonna keep going through some of these. Just be careful with your shorts. Lamb Research is crushing today as well. Wow. LRCX. Jeez. Come on, tablet. Start up. Right now you have the Qs just absolutely flying to the high side. QQQ ripping up over 1% already. That's filthy. Seems like semis are about to do the song and dance, lead the charge. Micron, Western Digital, all absolutely flying right now, guys. Ouster flying. Datavolt flying. Amazon ripping. SMCI ripping. Send it. Look at Micron. Holy moly. Alright, so Penumbra. Micron's still a crazy chart. A crazy chart. Alright, ticker PEN. Moving today. Whoops, PEN. ENTG. Let's look at that. Wow. It's a big gap up too. Look at that inverted head and shoulders breakout. You got plenty of upside left in the tank on that name. ENTG. LRCX flying today. Look at that Lamb Research gap up. So this could also gap and crack today, guys. Lamb Research, TSM, I mean, yeah, they could gap and crack for sure. That would not surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me at all. It's crazy. Clearway Energy, CWEN. See what else we got going on here. AMAT, so yeah, your semiconductor complex is super strong. Look at AMAT. What a breakout. Look at that inverted head and shoulders. Boom. That's crazy move too. Very strong. Very, very strong. Hella strong. It is moving. Damn. Look at that move. SOXX is flying this morning. Absolutely flying, guys. You got a huge tech semiconductor rally that's unfolding here. Huge. So gapping up quite nicely. Boston Scientific is down. Caesars is down. JM Schmuckers. Let me see some of the earnings here. Rocking Goldman Sachs as well. You know what though? They might come down. TSM actually might come down, YS. I'm looking at their earnings right now. I'm just reading some of the report. And they might sell it actually. They might gap it up and sell this. YS, are you in the you're in the free Telegram group, right? Because I'm gonna post this TSM earnings. So the next quarter earnings for TSM. Oh, you're the China. Perfect. Yeah, so I posted a picture. The next quarter for TSM. I mean, these earnings were really great, 33.73 billion revenue for Q4. But the next quarter, there's actually a decline in revenue projections. So that's a big threat. That is a big threat. So TSM next quarter is actually a decline in revenue. So this quarter, they reported 33.11 billion, and I'm getting a lower estimate. Wait, that can't be right. Something's messed up here. I think TradingView's messed up a little bit. Yeah, so I have the next revenue estimate as 32.52 billion. I think TradingView's wrong here. Yeah, TradingView's wrong here. The next revenue estimate is 32.52 billion. So that is a decline in both revenue for next quarter and EPS. So we'll see. That certainly does strengthen the thesis for a bit of a fundamental short. I know Wall Street doesn't typically like revenue and EPS declines. Interesting. Goldman Sachs, GS, also reported earnings. It is a beat on the EPS, but a miss on the revenue. Perfect. I also posted Goldman Sachs there. So Goldman Sachs had a pretty weak quarter this quarter in terms of revenue. Next quarter, it's posting a massive potential move. What else we have? BlackRock. Let me look at BlackRock real quick. Oh, BlackRock's a beast. BlackRock is a beast. BLK. What else do we have here? We got Morgan Stanley. Let me take a peek what's BLK doing here? BlackRock's still trying to push. Okay. Morgan Stanley. Stock is under a little bit of pressure today. Interesting. Yeah, Morgan Stanley is actually fully bullish on a fundamental backdrop. Who do we have tomorrow? Tomorrow we got PNC, RF, STT, MTB, WAT. Okay, cool. Cool. Sylvie. D-I-E. So TSM went as high as 350. Wow. All right. So we have a baseline there. If it retests that high, I would say that's a clean short. Yep. That's a clean short. All right. On the backdrop, we also have crude oil again falling quite sharply. That allows the stocks to continue to have, but look at this dollar, guys. DXY. Look at that beautiful breakout on the Dixie. That's a clean breakout. Upside target on the Dixie. That's a solid breakout. Bitcoin turning green. BB extend this stock today. It's been just flagging here. Ready to go. Come on, big bear. Big bull. What else do we have here? What do we have going on? Yep, SMCI looks solid. Weeble's trying to make a move. More negative. GoDaddy still weak. TTD trying to firm up. STZ still trying to make a push. United Health soft. Tempest AI looks ready for another push. Amazon still looks a little bit fragile. JP Morgan. How's Baba taking a little bit of your VIX is getting crushed today. Nice move on Carvana. Netflix slightly green. Bitfarm slightly green. Snapchat trying to bounce. Rigetti, RGTI also looks freaking ready to rock. Oof, quantum stocks may be making a move. Rocket Labs is just crazy. Meta, UVMY, DataVolt. DataVolt could also see some big moves today. OKE still trying to make a push here. Wells Fargo still weak. We've got 20 minutes till the open. Big bounce on Kraft Heinz. X. Yeah, quantum stocks, I mean, they're close to a potential breakout. But if they don't, then they could see a pretty nasty sell, but very close to a bullish break. I'm just scanning the rest of my tickers here. Gosh. AMD still trying to push. Wow, it's crazy. Boeing is still a beast. That Western Digital is crazy, crazy, crazy. PS still looks good. Transport stocks might rally today as well. On the back of softer crude oil. Pretty big decline on crude. PayPal, come on PayPal. PayPal put in a nice little candle yesterday, potentially a weekly bottoming tail forming on PYPL, guys. Potential. So nice V-shaped reversal yesterday. It's been in the deep dark depths below, and it might finally be ready. A ton of support down here. I mean, PayPal fundamentals, its valuation is so cheap. And if crypto starts to get going, PayPal does have some exposure to that landscape, so it might start to make a move here. Keep your eye on that ticker. Definitely keep your eye on that ticker. What else do we have going? How's ETH doing? Yeah, Ethereum is looking crazy bullish. Bit of a breakout today. Trying to confirm the breakout. Same thing with BTC. BTC still looking pretty solid. It's flagging on your hourly chart. Looking really decent, actually. Starbucks is trying to break out of range. Starbucks has been a tough range trader, really since the beginning of 2025, but it does look like Starbucks is breaking out, and next resistance is this downsloping trend line, so 97 bucks. I still like Starbucks. It's just quietly working itself higher. All right, enough of that. Let's go back to SPY, where we got 18 minutes till the open. SPY's holding its gains. I will be right back. Freaking muted here. I thought, thank you, thank you. Fucking- I was wondering, I was like, what the hell? All right, yeah, so TSM looks good for a short, but I would only like to see it I would only short it off the 350 pre-market high area. Otherwise, I think if you back this prior day high, you can maybe take it for a quick little bounce. Um, this is basically purely on the back of its fundamentals. Next earnings report for the next quarter is a little light and weak. But the market is crazy strong right now. Big gap up. Um, we're over my inverted head and shoulders target intraday, but this market could soar to a new all-time high. We've had a bit of a failed breakdown occur down here off of that hourly chart support. So remember yesterday I said you can take the market long if we swept and pierced this little low pivot green bar. Look what we did yesterday, pierced it, and now we're ripping. So the larger time frame still remains bullish, guys. It's a tough short on the market. The positive on the short side is you have your dollar breaking out. Yields are kind of strong on the short end of the curve. Yeah, ASML is crazy. Silver looks like it's going to go lower today. All right, guys, we are open and ready to rock here. Silver getting a nice little bump. Apple still super strong. Nvidia is still ripping. Western Digital, Micron, semis are flying. UAMY. What's that doing? That's negative. SMCI strong. Apple starting to retreat a little bit. Yeah, ASML is crazy too. Look at that move. Wow, that's a short. Not a bad short level on ASML. That thing is crazy. Parabolic. That's insane. Silver still defending its pre-market lows. Nvidia is still absolutely flying, guys. Rigetti acting very well. Let's look at SPY again. SPY still holding majority of its gains, consolidating of this high pivot. Gold ripping. Silver catching a nice bid here. Gold still ripping. Nvidia is still super strong. S&P holding quite steady here. Nvidia is your strongest mag name today. Financials are trying to move higher. Yep, silver getting a bid. Hey, Dom. Yeah. Thanks, Dom. All right, SPY getting a touch of a pullback here. Touch of a pullback. A lot of volume coming in on the $80 SLV puts today. Let's see what else we got going on. Bit of volume on the 85 calls, 82 calls. That's pretty much it that I'm seeing right now. Puts are actually working out quite well, Dom. For 2 days in a row, I've made over 100% on nice little scalping opportunities, and they're all called out here. And we swung some SLV puts next week around that 3 o'clock time frame yesterday, pretty much at this candle here, around that 93. So what's really interesting about silver, guys, I was going through the chain. There's no downside protection for the rest of the week on the put side. There's barely downside protection for the week. And when I was looking through the chain, there was roughly, what was it? There was roughly $1 billion at the $70 call strike for the end of the week. And basically, the break even for the end of the week for that $1 billion of liquidity is 81.16 on SLV. Right now, SLV is literally trading at 81.16. So, in my opinion, the pain trade for SLV with the $1 billion sitting at this literally this break even price right now is down. Market makers, if they can tumble this liquidity, you'll start to get a whole bunch of those people starting to sell in those $70. So we'll see what happens. But there's literally 81.17 on SLV is break even for about $1 billion. Actually, now it's 81.25. Break even for about $1 billion in silver calls for tomorrow's expiry. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm a silver bull long term. I mean, I've been accumulating silver since 19 bucks, $18. My cost basis on my physical is about 1950 Canadian, which is probably like, I don't know, what would have been like 15 US. But you can't be married to one single trade. It's, trust me, when something has a two standard deviation move from the mean, there's a nice high probability short setup. It's all probabilities, you know. For something to have move higher than a 2 standard deviation, over 2 standard deviation, it's a 95% chance that there's a pullback. And that's exactly what we got today. A nice pullback, down 4% on silver. It's still a strong asset, don't get me wrong. It's fucking beast mode. But it needs to correct and soften up some of this bullish liquidity. Dom. Oh my goodness, man. Go back to some of my 2022, 2023 streams. I told people stack silver, physical, physical, physical. Am I buying up here? Hell no. The time to accumulate was before we broke out. I was a big silver bull. Gold, silver. One of my mentors, he, how old is he now? He's probably 85, 86. And all he does is invest in precious metals, gold, silver. That's how I learned. Gold and silver, that's it. And he's been trading for about 50 years. But it's ahead of its skis, silver. Yeah, I'm just watching that $1 billion sitting at $70 calls expiring end of the week. 73,000 open interest. Break even is 81.28 on SLV. So that $1 billion starts to lose money quickly. Quickly. And a lot of those people that took those $70 calls for Jan 16 are probably already underwater. So SLV, $70 calls is where a huge amount of liquidity lies, the most liquidity. So I'm watching that break-even price. It's dropping as price is going down right now. All right, SPY consolidating a touch here. You're doing my mentor dirty then? No, no, no. He's actually been unloading in tranches for the last basically month and a half. And trust me, for him to unload his physical, he doesn't believe in the fiat monetary system. He's so against it. Takes a lot. And listen, I mean, could silver go higher from here? Yeah, it could. It could still make another new all-time high. But it's all about probabilities right now. And the probabilities are stating it needs to soften up a little bit more. All right, Nvidia fully bully dollar DXY new high of day. Silver's SLV's pre-market lows around that 79.60 zone. A little bit of volume coming in on the $82 SLV calls as well. But I'm still just watching that $70 strike zone. Nvidia is absolutely flying, guys. Flying to the high side. Break even on the 81.30, break even on the $70 calls, end of week. Again, guys, that's the max pain trade is down. Market makers want to eat into that billion of liquidity. And the lower it goes, the more those contracts will burn. And I really haven't seen that much volume traded. There's 73,000 open interest. There's only 116 contracts have been traded today at that $70 strike on SLV. And right now they're still slightly underwater, but they're crazy, crazy. Lots of volume coming in on the 80s, the 81s calls, 8150s, 83s. Lots of interest on the 83 calls. Or lots of volume. Say the highest volume is on the 82s today and the 83s and the 8150s. Interesting. So people are buying out of the money calls on SLV right now. Lots of volume today. Let me look on the put side if there's any higher volume. Put side of the trade, $82 puts. $80 puts seeing some volume today. Lots of volume on the $82 puts. So actually there's more interest now in the $80 puts. That's the highest volume traded out of even all the calls. Interesting. Chop it down. That $70 billion liquidity is getting eaten, guys. It's getting eaten. Literally. Look at that open interest at the $70 call, Jan 16th on silver. It's crazy. All right, Apple still trying to push higher here intraday. Nvidia still absolutely ripping, pulling back slightly from its highs, but still very, very strong on the tape. What else do we have here? Dollar still trying to push. Your natural gas went negative. Bitcoin down 1.23, struggling immensely. Crude oil down 2.78. HYMC spiked new all-time highs, and NUA spiked too. Yep, nice. Nice job. All right, SPY starting to get a little bit heavier here. We'll see what happens. We're still trying to bid the market up. Still seeing some accumulation under the hood of the market. Nike, Lulu struggling a little bit. Micron, Western Digital still super strong. Let's look at TSM. Yeah, TSM, guys, is slowly starting to make its way higher. It did print a 10-minute hanging man candle there, so that's a bit of a near-term sell signal intraday, but I still like it off pre-market high, short level. Let's look at ASML. ASML still holding some extreme value. AMD, ripping. Micron, still ripping. SMCI trying to rip, coming in a touch. Some of your value plays are getting hit pretty hard today. BBAI is trying to make a little bit of a push here. Still a little bit fragile. All right, market is still trying to push here. Very bullish. Nvidia is still absolutely flying. Strong day for JP Morgan today. JPM's moving. Netflix is trying to move. Carvana moving. Rocket Lab's taking a breather. That stock is also quite extended. AMD ripping up 5.4. UPS is strong. Okta continuing. Nvidia is still up 3% and moving. Hey, JP. Good morning. Yep, we did give 693 on SPY in the SPX trading group. We'll see. It's still trying to get some buy side pressure. It's trying to push here. Getting a little bit of a bounce. Dollar's taking a little bit of a breather, which helps silver. SPY starting to come in. Apple pulling back. SPY starting to roll here. Rolling over. Silver's still trying to rip here. All right, so that $1 billion of liquidity is now mostly green. 81.43 is break even. SPY starting to roll over just a touch here, guys. SPY still getting bought up here. Apple's curling down. You got Nvidia still strong. Semis are still holding value. China's mixed again. Gold back above 46.12. Dollar softening still. Still have your S&P holding some positive structure here. Silver still rallying here. SPY still trying to hold its 10-minute opening range, running into a little bit of sell side pressure. and BTC that silver drops here. Yeah, listen, I mean, there's two scenarios, right? You could be setting up an inverted head and shoulders if you break out of this neckline, but there's also a chance that there's a head and shoulders pattern. So we'll see which way the wedge pattern wants to break. Um, it is bullish that it's bouncing and trying to recapture its prior day low, but I still think we can sell off here. You got your dollar and yield strong. You're getting a little bit of an overzealous bounce, I think, here in the morning. I'd be shocked if it went to the positive side. Again, you had that big dump in the futures. Often in the market, they like to retest that futures liquidity zone. We'll see. But positive bounce so far off the open for silver. S&P breaking its opening range. We'll see if that wants to start to chop down. But yeah, not a bad balance, that's for sure. Silver still trying to push here, ripping. Moronic. It might be. It might be. Silver still super strong here. It's getting a nice bid. Gold still trying to push. Dollar softening a bit here. Silver still down 2.7, but well off of its lows. Natural gas trying to go positive. Crude oil still weak. Bitcoin still down 0.7. QQQ leading the charge to the upside right now. All right, SPY yet again trying to break that opening range structure, guys. So SPY is still running into a little bit of sell side liquidity. Nvidia is still holding the majority of its gains, acting very, very well. Apple's barely positive, trying to hold on here to some gains. SMCI, guys, still absolutely flying here. Up 3.2%. Tempest AI still looking pretty decent here. But we'll see if the market wants to come in. TSM, guys, going for that pre-market high. There is a potential short off that area. But what a rip. What a rip on TSM. ASML still moving. It's coming in a touch here. ASML. Interesting. SPY still holding some positive structure. Selling hitting your S&P 500. Apple still trying to break out. It's flagging quite nicely. You got your yields trying to push up yet again. Apple's trying to flag here on the 10-minute chart. Looks ready to potentially go. Yep, nice S&P 500 trade. We scalped some 694 puts. All right, SPY starting to roll here a little bit. Starting to roll a touch. SPY's currently trying to lose that opening range low, guys. So a little bit of a dangerous spot here. If you lose opening range low, I mean, there's not much support that was built. So you lose this kind of gap fill OR low, and I mean, you could get a nice sell here in the market. You get a decent sell in the market. If that's the case. Let's look at this. All right, SPY rolling heavy here. Crude's still weak. Bitcoin's still coming under pressure. Microsoft and Google have been obliterated. SPY starting to roll here a touch. Bitcoin's still heavy. NASDAQ making a nice push. Intraday. Micron Western Digital still super strong. Nvidia still holding strength. Market's still trying to hold its bullish structure here. Dollar kind of softening a touch, back testing some opening range levels. Yield, two yield still trying to push a little higher. What we got going on? AMD still ripping. Intel slightly green. CoreWeave having a good day. BMNR struggling today. CRML struggling today. Vale strong. Tesla still strong. RZLV acting very well. Ondas grab under some pressure. Nokia having a good day. TSM still up 6.88%, guys. TSM is still holding bullish structure. Look at that, retesting its pre-market high level. So this is your first little aggressive short level, guys. Pre-market high, if you're wanting to take TSM, that's kind of the 350 zone that I said wait for. You've now got the retest, so you could potentially get a pullback here. But ultimately, it looks like TSM might want to go to the top of this little channel here, so call it 356. But definitely for a bit of a short scalp here, not a bad area. There is some pre-market high resistance levels that could slap it back down here. We'll certainly watch that. On my other screen, SPY still seeing a little bit of softening in price. Nvidia printed a 20-minute hangman candle. That is typically slightly bearish. 10-minute chart still looks pretty decent. I'll see. Silver still trying to hold its bounce, seeing a little bit of resistance here. SPY, they are defending price currently. Opening range low is being defended for now. That's intense. What's crazy is this hourly candle on SLV has more volume than the past couple of sessions. That's a lot of volume. A lot of volume on silver. Oh, Nvidia is still trying to press here. There's a big disconnect between the premiums right now and physical. No question. But that's because look what the price action's done. I mean, whenever you get a bull market in precious metals, the premiums on physical go up huge, huge. And you have to pay the middleman fees. That's natural in the market. They're just a lot higher right now because look what price has done. And obviously, it's in a bull market. There's no questions. What was the catalyst for the market today? Well, you had a strong initial job loss claims and you had a strong Philly Fed manufacturing print. So two data sets came in pretty bullish today. All right, markets are getting defended. Looks like they're going to retest the highs here. They are trying to buy this dip continuously with force. SPY still just consolidating right on that OR, that 10-minute opening candle. But like I said, if you start to lose that, there's not much support that's been built up until at least you get to prior day low and then, or sorry, prior day high and then honestly gap fill. But for now, it's holding structure and can still press. So we'll certainly watch it as things progress. Big push in the market. Silver, gold still trying to push. All right, so this is the big level for silver, trying to trigger a potential breakout here. Bitcoin trying to get a little bit of a bid here. Crude oil still down 3%. VIX is down 5.6. Microsoft, Google, and mag names are still struggling immensely here. Yep, that's exactly right. Dealers will always mark up. And that's the thing. You go and buy a physical coin from a dealer right now, and then literally you try to sell it back to them, you're going to lose money on it. They won't pay you what they sell. There's always a disconnect, right? That's why if you ever sell physical, you should be selling into strength because it's the only really way to make money on it. All right, Nvidia is starting to come in a little bit. Some sell size pressure on Nvidia. Um, Apple still holding 260, consolidating quite nicely. Let's look at the QQQ here. Qs are still holding just slightly below that gap. Let's look at the IWM. IWM is crazy strong. New highs on the session. Getting a little bit stretched here. The Russell, guys. They are squeezing small caps here, but getting fairly stretched. This one might have a decent pullback intraday at some point today. It's getting a little bit overdone to the upside, but ultimately it still could hit the top of this channel, which is around 266.80-ish, but crazy strength in the IWM today. Very impressive price action. SPY still pushing, trying to defend that opening range. Nvidia curling down right now. Still got weakness in crypto, MSTR, weakness in UAMY, some of the rare earth metals. Another strong day for Constellation Brands. SMCI still trying to rip. Have no fear, the polar vortex is here. Yeah, one can hope. Natural gas is weak still. Our markets are rolling here just a touch. SPY seeing some sell side. NVIDIA is seeing some pretty decent sell side pressure right now. Google's still weak. Yeah, you got to be careful. You make sure if you buy 24 karat gold, you get the purity. You don't want no BS. Bring a magnet with you. Gold is not magnetic. It's SPY's still holding some technical resiliency here, guys. Acting very, very well. For now. Doesn't mean it's guaranteed to hold, but it's holding steady. NVIDIA is still looking a little bit weaker, curling down here. Apple curling down. Crypto stocks are certainly taking a little bit of a beating here. Boeing is ridiculous, just flying to the high side. BA. DraftKings strong, Vista strong. Micron, Western Digital still holding steady. Lululemon's turning green here. What else we got going on here? What else do we have going on? Excuse me. NVIDIA is still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, guys. Coming in a touch. SPY looking like it's ready to push again. Big push on the S&P 500. NVIDIA, Apple still holding positive price. Consolidating quite well. Big ripper on SPY back to opening range high. Crazy push. VIX is still being compressed here. Your DXY is still trying to grind a little bit higher. All right, so far a little bit of sell side pressure hitting SPY off that OR high. Crude oil still getting slapped. Bitcoin getting slapped. Google getting slapped. Microsoft trying to turn green. Nvidia still up 2.5%, but starting to come in a touch. Starting a 20-minute did what was it? Last candle. Starting to see some sell side pressure off that. Gold, silver still holding some structure. Still got quite a few stocks bringing some mixed bag of tricks again today. Lots of rotation occurring under the hood. Copper stocks are coming in quite sharply right now. Apple still looking somewhat decent here intraday. Apple's holding some structure, positive structure. Still got a lot of strength across your semis. IWM still leading the S&P, but QQQ still leading all of the indices. But there are some mega caps that are starting to roll here. Microsoft and Google struggling. Tesla still up 1%. JP Morgan super strong today. Apple starting to break here, guys. 10-minute potential breakout on Apple. Apple's been flagging for the last 30-40 minutes. There's maybe a 10-minute inverse head and shoulders pattern that's building. I still thought Apple was going to hit and retest the lows, but it's starting to look a little bit better intraday. Hasn't officially broken out yet, but there's potentially a bullish breakout that's very close to occurring. Like I said, it hasn't done it yet, but it's trying. Silver coming in off of that little bit of a neckline resistance. So no breakout yet. We'll see if it can make another run at it. If it gets slapped down here, we could see a move back down to the lower boundary wedge pattern, but we'll see. That'll be a big move. Nvidia is still starting to roll here a little bit. Coinbase getting slapped today. SPY right back to that opening range low candle. Interesting. We're getting slightly rejected here. Nvidia is still curling down. SPY still holding that opening 10-minute candle, guys. So it's holding technically, but it's had now a couple times trying to break out here and it's seen a little bit of rejection. We'll see what happens. Big spot for silver coming up here. Prior day low 89.67. We'll see if they can defend that. SPY still consolidating quite well, guys. Rolling a joint. Be right back. Caleb says he got Apple 300 calls end of week. Let's go. Apple 300 calls? What the fuck? Sorry for my language, but oh my god, Apple's not hitting 300 by Friday, tomorrow. By tomorrow, Apple 300. What are you expecting it to do? Holy moly. Caleb, you're expecting Apple to jump 15% by tomorrow? That's fucked. Oh, JK, I just saw you. You got me there. You got me. I just saw Apple 300. I was like, no fucking way. You got me there. That was pretty good. I was gonna tell you to get the hell out of those. All right, Nvidia's trying to push here. Boeing still looking good. DraftKings looking good. Vistra moving. Western Digital still strong. UPS still holding strength. AMD full bull guys just flying to the high side. Let's look at TSM again. Yeah, look at that rejection off that pre-market high level, guys. So if anyone took that, that would have printed right there. You're in the driver's seat. Pre-market high rejection on TSM is working out quite well. Look at that. Nasty pullback. Beautiful. ASML, let's take a peek. Yeah, ASML is also coming in a touch here. AMD still flying. Micron's taking a breather. SMCI taking a little bit of a breather here. Interesting. QQQ. Qs are still holding strength here. Nvidia is still consolidating. Some semis are starting to give a little bit of profit back here. YS, did you nail that pre-market high or what? That was given to you guys on a silver platter. Pre-market high. SPY still grinding, pushing. Nice, amazing. Yeah, I scalped a little bit too off that level. I'm all out. It was a quick little scalp for me. I made about 12% on a couple grand, just a quick little play. All right, big spot for silver here. Prior day low. Prior day low. We'll see if it wants to hold. Buy absolutely ripping. Apple pushing back to the highs. Covering some of your losses. Nice. SPY's absolutely ripping, trying to break out. Snap for along. Let's take a peek. I do like Snapchat. I think that the fundamentals are aligned. We sold our $8 calls we were riding. I do have some common shares still in Snapchat, and if it goes lower, I'll still look to build into a bigger position. But yeah, you got a lot of support here, Caleb. You got a nice point of control, backtesting this previous breakout zone. Not a bad spot. That being said, ultimately Snapchat can still retest this lower boundary trend line again. Snap's a tough ticker. I mean, every time it tries breaking out, it gets sold into. It doesn't have the momentum yet. And part and parcel, you have to watch XLC. Even though it's not in XLC basket, the communications basket, it really trades with Meta simultaneously. And look how weak Meta's been. All right, so once you start to see Meta firm up, I think Snapchat will be a decisive long, but not a bad spot to try to do a little bit of bottom picking here. Not the worst spot, that's for sure. All right, look at SPY absolutely flying, ripping to the high side right now. Silver bouncing off of its prior day low, acting very well there. Nvidia is still flagging on 10 and 20-minute chart. You have Apple still flagging, SPY trying to bust through its opening range high. I mean, SPY's not that far away from an all-time high, guys. It's looking like it can go for a sweep of these high pivots. Looking pretty decent here. Yep, it's moving. It's shaking and moving. That's for sure. Holy shit, we just got a shit ton of snow today. That's crazy. Gotta go play in the snow with my husky, eh? Hey, Mr. Ghost. He loves a fresh snow day. Gets to track all the animal footprints. The squirrels, the rabbits. Snow day. Alright, so some top wick distribution hitting Apple. Don't eat the yellow don't eat the yellow snow. Don't eat the yellow snow is right. That's for sure. I would not be eating that. Yeah. Won't be making snow angels in yellow snow. That's the only bad part, it's true. When there's a fresh snow and he starts peeing everywhere, yeah, he marks it up. All right, guys, so S&P back to opening range high. Still hasn't officially broken out. You got Apple, Nvidia still consolidating here intraday. Bitcoin keeps selling. Natural gas just got smoked again, down another 3.26%. Oh my goodness gracious me. Crude oil down 2.75%. BTC down 1.25%. Husky won't survive in Miami. That's why I can't have them, but my favorite too. Yeah. Yeah. They're crazy. They won't survive. They like the cold. You know what ticker's looking decent here is Okta has been flying. OKTA has taken a while to start to build some momentum. and it's finally trying to break out on the daily chart. It's been basing here for a long time. It's another one that could catch some serious liquidity. AMD still absolutely flying to the high side here, guys. TSM. Look at that TSM, guys. Rejection still coming in from that pre-market high level that I gave you guys. So it's still a technical short setup. All right, SPY hourly chart still trying to eat through some of this resistance. What's going on here? All right, top wicks in NVIDIA, but Apple looking super strong, guys. Google firming up. Microsoft back to the green side. QQQ ripping up 1.07%. SPY might try to do a little bit of a breakout here. NVIDIA can't. NVIDIA is still just digesting some of this flag pattern. Still your strongest mag name, but digesting gains. It is digesting. A little bit of softening in silver. Prior day low, retest yet again for silver, PDL. Big spot. All right, no breakout yet for SPY. No breakout yet. Gold is starting to get heavier here too. Silver's starting to roll a little bit. SPY seeing some slight rejection. Apple getting hit. NVIDIA still has some top wicks. Got your 2-year yield pushing here, guys. 2-year yield is trying to push intraday for another high of day. So yields are trying to rip here. Let's look at the Russell again. Interesting. Potential 10-minute hanging man candle starting to form on the Russell. That could be a little bit of a near-term short signal on the IWM. Interesting. Hasn't formed yet though, the Russell, but it's building there. But SPY is starting to lose some momentum here. Look at SPY just chopping from opening range high to opening range low. It keeps seeing harsh rejection. Interesting. Oh, SPY sell side volume coming in, guys. It is coming in. Ah, I freaking don't even have my volume indicator on here. There it is. Silver trying to pierce its prior day low, still holding some strength. Dollar is softening while your yields are trying to push. Still technically at that opening range low. They've been chopping us here for quite a long time. Nvidia starting to roll over. You have Apple starting to roll over as well. Apple getting hard rejection here. Nvidia starting to roll, guys. We got some sell side pressure. Apple's negative, Google negative, Microsoft back to the dark side. SPY starting to get heavy here. Nvidia rolling heavy, dollar softening here. Big bounce on your metals. Still defending positive support. Yeah, Carvana's chart is crazy. I was looking at that last night. I was showing one of my family members how I had some shares, I think back in 2023 around $5, sold them at like 7, and I'm fucking pissed. All right, markets are rolling heavy. You've got some mag names breaking some structure here. Nvidia rolling, Apple rolling, Google rolling heavy, Microsoft rolling heavy here. We are losing some serious momentum in the S&P 500 right now, trying to break the opening range low. So markets are rolling here, dollar coming in, yields are still pressing, gold and silver still pushing, Apple getting rejected pretty hard here. Micron seeing some sell side. Yes, we did. Two-year yield is still pushing for another high of day. Dollar is softening a bit. Crude, nat gas, all struggling. Bitcoin still struggling immensely. SPY piercing on a 10-minute candle, opening range low. Let's see if it's a liquidity sweep. Apple's still looking heavy here, guys. Yep, we printed on our 694 puts off of that candle. Nice job, JP. Beautiful little SPX trade. We're all out of our puts though for now. So we've taken a couple different trades today in the SPX group. And we've netted quite a nice amount of winners. All right, NVIDIA S&P still rolling heavy here, guys. Still seeing sell side pressure hitting Apple. Sell side pressure still hitting Microsoft, Google. Tesla still at 0.8 but holding steady. Uh-oh, here goes SPY, guys. SPY starting to lose a lot of momentum. Needs to try to defend this low of day. Like I said, not a lot of support established in this range. Here we go. Here we go. Are they going to roll us heavy or what? They're still being defended at that low of day. 2-year yield just printed a new high of day. Liquid Labs is getting crushed today. MSTR down 4.5%. Nasty day for MicroStrategy. Semis are still holding some technical resiliency. Let's look at ASML again. That's coming in. Broadcom. Broadcom still holding. TSM. TSM is bouncing a little bit. And Nvidia is trying to bounce here, guys. It's helping the markets. Apple's still looking pretty heavy here. Google's still pretty heavy. Yeah, it's a big chop fest right now. Dog's barking. I'll be right back, guys. Gotta let the dog go pee. Make some yellow snow. Still our team, yeah. All right, so Nvidia is still looking decent intraday, guys. Consolidating quite nicely. Two-year yield pushing a new high of day. Let's see those Russell. Wow, Russell's still holding. Look at that, almost at that target. That's crazy. So no 10-minute hangman candle was printed. That's a bullish candle. I mean, wow. Look at that move on the Russell. That's crazy. Crazy strong. So its 2-year yield is still flying here to the high side. Dixie's trying to bounce a touch here. SPY still holding structure. So gas still down 1.7, crude still struggling down 2.45, silver down 3.2, gold down 0.36, 2-year yield, new high of day. Yields are breaking here. It's going to push the 10-year yield higher just naturally. Dollar still looks like it can make another high of day push. Markets are still trying to break out of its opening range high, but there's been a lot of chop here. They keep slapping us down every time we try breaking out on SPY. Gold is starting to try to curl over here slightly. Still above your opening range high at 46.05, so it's about $4 away from hitting your first level of support. Silver still trying to hold some structure. Nvidia is still holding steady. Apple's bouncing. SPY still trying to hold. Nvidia still putting in some decent consolidation intraday. Gold pushing back up again, silver catching some liquidity. SPY still just stuck at that opening range high, holding the majority of its gap up. Tempest AI having a really good day. Amazon having a good day. SMCI, guys, flying to the upside. Look at that beautiful bounce. Beautiful price action in SMCI, guys. Stunning. Stunning price action. We put that on the radar for everyone in the free Telegram trading group. This is one of our newest trades, SMCI. I like it a lot. All right, silver trying to break here. Silver trying to break out. Big push in gold as well. Gold tapping pre-market high. Strong right now. Yep, it's super strong. Very strong. Seeing a little projection off that high again. Apple still softening up here, giving back some of its gains. Silver, gold still trying to break here. Intraday, potentially triggering a bullish breakout here on silver. 10-minute chart. We'll see if it holds. SPY still seeing some sell side pressure. Silver's trying to rip here. Dom must be loading the boat, buying. Yeah, it's acting quite well. Off of the lows, getting a nice little potential inverse head and shoulders breakout here. Pre-market high. Dollar softening here, which is helping the metals. So it's certainly looking constructive here. So as we approach 11:30, guys, just be careful with the S&P 500. You're going to get that London market close, and there's usually a big sell candle as liquidity stops from the London traders. If you look at what happened here yesterday off the London close, literally this was your 11:30 candle here. Nice sell. So 11:30, there's a high chance of a bit of a sell candle in the market, just as a heads up. Silver squeezing here. Jeez, they're ripping it. Apple looking pretty decent. SPY still trying to break out here. Nice hourly candle on SPY forming here, guys. Really strong. Silver squeezing. Looks like they want to try to press silver to 97. We'll see. Gold seeing a little bit of rejection off its pre-market high level. SPY still grinding higher. That was your highest 10-minute candle close of the day, closing above your opening range high. That was a very good close for SPY right now. We'll see if it can confirm that breakout. Um, I haven't traded silver puts today, Dom. Those were a couple scalps from yesterday. All right, SPY 695, trending, 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 trending. Silver pushing, Apple pushing, gold seeing some sell side pressure off a pre-market high. Nvidia still just consolidating sideways. AMD flying, Western Digital flying, Micron still flying, Google still underperforming. Ethereum, Bitcoin. Bitcoin's firming up, but still down 0.5%. Interesting. Silver still trying to squeeze higher here while gold takes a bit of a breather. Your dollar's softening up. Apple still flagging, trying to potentially break out today. We'll see if it can do so. If Apple breaks out today, I mean, this market can fly. SPY can fly. All right, 5 minutes till that 11:30 London close, guys. 5 minutes till that 11:30 London close. Just keep your wits about you because you can get some sell side pressure off that 11:30. It's not a bad trading strategy. Buying some puts at 11:29 and then quickly closing them. It's risky, but high success usually with that London close. But for now, the market's still holding some technical resiliency. Hourly chart of SPY looking pretty solid. It's a bullish engulfing on the hourly. We'll see if it can hold. The London Bridge is falling down, falling down. Sell side push into that London close. A little bit of sell side pressure. SPY starting to come in. Let's look at that Russell again. Yeah, Russell's coming in pretty hard off of that resistance, parallel channel resistance. Hmm. Apple's still trying to push here intraday. That's helping your S&P. Still looking pretty constructive, guys, intraday. Buy still struggling off that opening range high. Yet again, seeing hard sell side pressure. Who says I'm constantly gambling? I'm taking trade setups. Last 2 days I made 100% plus 100%. One to the what was it? Tuesday I made 100. Wednesday, Monday I made 150% on my puts. Yesterday I made 100% puts. Called out here. Those are just some scalps. Not in a day trade today. Might have a swing position, but I'm not missing out on anything. Don't worry, Dom. You bet my broker would too. Maybe. You don't have a brokerage platform with IGBR, Interactive Gambling Broker? You want me to send you some of my physical redemption receipts? Trust me, I ain't missing out on no bull market. All right, SPY still grinding, holding some resiliency, technical strength. Seeing gold retesting its opening range high. Gold is starting to come in just a little bit. Even though silver has been holding strength, gold had a little bit of a breakout and starting to sell off a touch here. Big support coming in. It needs to, the bulls want to defend opening range high or else they're going to flush to pre-market low. Right, Nvidia's pushing here, 10 and 20-minute chart. Apple's trying to stage a bit of a breakout here. Coming up into its little bit of resistance zone. You still have the 2 yield pushing up 1.3, 10 yield up 0.63, gold down 0.4, silver down 2.3, nat gas down 1.6, crude oil still struggling down 2.3, Bitcoin making a climb and rise, almost going green, Dow is strong, SPY up 0.6, QQQ up 1.1, IWM still leading up 1.36%. Amazon having a really bullish day, that's up 1.24, Microsoft up 0.21, Nvidia still up 2.6, Apple's green up 0.22, Google down 1.14, Tesla up 0.89, and Meta up 1%, having a decent day. SPY still hasn't broken really with conviction. Still trying to get above that opening range high. Struggling a little bit. Shark's gonna eat. A shark is gonna eat. Trying to punch here to the high side, guys. Acting very, very well. Let's look at some of the other semis. TSM right back to the pre-market high. So, guys, TSM is into a bit of a shortable level, but I would let it sweep this high of day, and then you can look to short it again. Just understand there's still a chance that it can go all the way up to 355, but 352-ish, piercing 352 looks pretty solid. How's Broadcom doing here? Broadcom starting to curl down. ASML, that's starting to put in a potential lower high. Nvidia still ripping here. SOX still trying to hold some structure. SMH, potential lower high. We'll see if that translates into that. IWM, IWM still looking a little bit heavy, but one more pop up on the IWM and there is a definite shortable level here. Intraday. Don't know how much higher the Russell's going to go today. Still think you're going to get more leadership taken in the Qs. How much left on that hourly candle? 11 minutes. Okay, interesting. $124 end of the month? Holy fuck. That's another, let me see what that is. Another 36% rip. If that sees 124 end of the month, Dom, I mean, oh my God. That'd be crazy. My cost basis is 1950 Canadian on my physical. So 124 US times 1.4. That's 173 Canadian. Oh my God. That's like an 800% gain on my physical holdings since I was buying in 2018, 2019. Oh, look at that COVID crash. That was a gift. I bought a little bit, not enough, but I was buying in here 2018. What a gift. Yeah, it's already 104 for China. Paper still US has been falling China prices since New Year's. Industrial buying is just beginning. Nvidia ripping, guys. Nvidia is absolutely flying to the high side, making a nice charge. Looks like it's going to break out to high of day, so semiconductors are still flexing their muscles right now. Yeah, Nvidia flying. Nvidia is flying. SPY's doing the good old-fashioned float and grind. Not a fast move, but slow and steady. And then before you know it, we're at all-time high. Still a big call wall on SPY at 695. Massive call wall. So Nvidia, after had a really bearish close yesterday, it closed below the 7, the 20, getting a really big bounce above your key 720 and 50, potentially negating a 7 and 20 bearish cross. So Nvidia recapturing some bullish key daily chart levels for now. For now, 185.92 is your 7-day moving average on Nvidia. Strong performance. Tempest AI, ticker TEM, ripping. Webull, pushing, up 1.85%. Baba, another strong day for Alibaba. Gold still looking heavy. Gold is breaking through 4602, trying to close below its opening range high here on gold. Still quite a bit of support up here on gold, around 4600 psych number. One thing's for certain, high prices cure high prices. Old saying on Wall Street. Apple getting slightly rejected yet again. 260 is a stubborn level for Apple. Dollar still pushing. Yields are still strong. IWM still holding structure. S&P still holding positive structure. Nvidia still pressing here. Nice push. You are seeing some positive flow coming back into nat gas equities. Despite nat gas is still down 1.3%, there is some flow coming into nat gas equities today. AMD ripping, Baxter ripping, DraftKings still ripping, Boeing still flying, Nvidia up over 3%, Starbucks making a nice move today, up 2%. We discussed that one in the pre-market. Alright, SPY still just trading at that 695 wall, trying to get above it. Gold still defending its opening range high. Apple curling down. Pretty heavy volume coming in on Nvidia's 10-minute chart here. You're getting a little bit of sell side pressure in it, but it still looks like it wants to break out for a high of day. But lots of volume coming in on Nvidia. Pushing here, curling to the upside, guys. Semis are still strong, SPY's still grinding higher. Your DXY still trying to climb here, just a touch. Huh. Nvidia did print a new high of day there, guys. Same thing with SPY. You can clearly see Nvidia's pulling SPY up, the Qs as well. So Nvidia is kind of leading this market right now. Semis are still very strong across the board. SMCI still ripping up 4.85%. That's a beautiful buy that we did off that lower 28 zone. Our market's looking very bullish again. Pretty much everything is. UNH making a nice move. Apple's still struggling a little bit, guys. We are seeing Apple coming in. Still curling down. SPY pushing. New high of day. Clearing this resistance pivot. Next stop is all-time highs, guys, in SPY. We squeezing. We are squeezing. S&P starting to get rejected off of that upper boundary resistance. Whoops. All right, SPY is getting a little bit of a short-term sell signal. I'd wait for the next little pop, but a bit of selling. Yep. I have buy levels for a bounce. I have my buy levels. What are my buy levels? Well, it depends on how we get into them. It hasn't hit yet. Let's just say that. Buy levels are like moving targets, right? Matters how price gets into it, what type of pattern it forms. So it can adjust. It's, call it a $2 to $5 range. Can be. But they're moving targets. That's all I can say. All right, SPY seeing some hard selling right now. Hard selling. Yeah, we surpassed. I'm not buying up here. Let's just say that. Not buying paper up here. No, you were calling out my short play. I was scalping a couple days. Monday, Tuesday, I was scalping short, and they both worked out. So we both made money. No, I don't think that's the big dip. I think there will be a bigger dip to buy. Listen, when an asset class pulls back from all-time highs, which yesterday we saw a pretty big futures pullback. I don't think that's the big pullback. I think we're going to get a bigger dip. Maybe we take out the highs and then we get a bigger pullback. There's certainly that chance. But I have some levels. I know how I like to trade my assets. What are you talking about? Dom, you're kind of getting things skewed. Yesterday we scalped silver short. Day trade. It was a quick options put play. During this little bit of a, when was it? This little bit of a pullback. And then you got a ferocious bounce. But by the time I said we're up 100%, you got to manage your trade. You know, so I might have a swing short position on silver, but that's a swing trade. I got time. Yeah, so yesterday, I'm going to go through this slowly. Yesterday, I called out a short on silver, live here, for this little bit of a pullback. The trade went up over 100%. And it was closed in significant profit. Then, end of the day, I took a swing short on silver in the option trading group. Up here, around 3 o'clock. And I'm okay with that position. Because I have time. So everything's fractals of time, right? Just remember, everything that I call out here is a quick scalp opportunity. I send out alerts to my members, which are more of the swing trading side. Yeah, and I'm not buying this dip on silver. Sure, it worked out quite nicely had you bought the dip. But just understand, it's in a very choppy phase. I mean, silver can still decline pretty sharply here. Maybe it pushes to 97 and then 100, but you're still getting very extended here. And you look at the structure of this little decline here. Silver had a big decline, ferocious bounce, then another big dip. So I still think something's setting up. Very similar. This is very similar price action that's setting up here, where you had that big spike, big dip, big bounce, big dip. And I mean, you look at where price action went back to on silver, it retraced to the hourly EMA 113. Your hourly EMA 113 is down here at 86, kind of retesting these futures lows. So we'll see. I mean, maybe it doesn't hit that, but price likes to move in symmetry. Who says silver go? Silver, no one's denying silver is not in a bull market. It's been in a raging bull. And it hasn't been choppy. Silver's been gone up in a straight line for the last several weeks. I mean, you look at the weekly chart, it's gone parabolic. You're well above your 7-day moving average. You're well above your weekly 7. No one's denying that. It's just starting to get a little bit choppy in this little last couple days. That's all. There's definitely been some profit taking, but also new buyers stepping in. It's acting quite well, considering it was down 6-7% last night. Yeah, it's a nice bounce for silver today. Silver's been choppy the last 2 days. Silver's been choppy. This is chop. from Monday to Tuesday, yes, it's been a straight uptrend, but look at this chop. This is choppy over the last 2 days. I'm not saying over the last several weeks, months. It's been in a crazy strong trend. Just the last 2 days, since Monday, really. This price action, down, up, down, up. We could easily go right back down. That's chop. Until you take out the high, pivot here, there's no, we might have a potential lower high in place. We got to watch for that. But no question, the asset class is still strong. All right, SPY starting to soften up just a touch here. Silver still slowly grinding, gold still slowly grinding, Apple curling down. What's Nvidia doing? Nvidia is still trying to bust through its highs with conviction. All I know is silver's had a over 2 standard deviation from the mean in recent weeks, and that's a very high probability that price action is going to stall and go lower. I know commodities have a tendency to make huge runs. We've seen it across oil, we've seen it across natural gas, we've seen it across copper. We're now seeing it in silver, but when something has a over 2 standard deviation from the mean, it's just mathematical probabilities that it's going to go through some sell side pressure, some profit taking. Again, am I saying there's always a chance it can go higher, but just mathematically from a statistical standpoint, just look at just Google, how likely is a 2 standard deviation? And silver surpassed a 2 standard deviation yesterday. So, and I mean, you've got a nice pullback in the future, so we'll see if they can retest some lower price. All right, S&P starting to curl down here. What does chop look like to you? Do you have an example? And yeah, I mean, the markets have chopped. The QQQ's also been choppy. You look at the QQQ over the last few sessions, this is a lot of chop, a lot of consolidation chop. Would you call that chop, Dom, on the daily chart of the QQQ? Is this chop to you? Chop to you is SPY the past 3 months? Yeah, yeah, I see that for sure. I can agree with that. Absolutely. But SPY starting to curl over, Apple breaking down here. What else do we have? Tesla still trying to curl to the upside. Google still trying to curl to the upside. Amazon coming in a touch here. You got Meta curling down, softening in price. Microsoft is curling down, softening in price. Taiwan Semi coming in from that double top pre-market high level. You got Broadcom AVGO also seeing a little bit of softening in price. ASML curling slightly down. Micron still flagging sideways, looking constructive. AMD curling down, looking a little bit more bearish as it softens in price. Apple, big 10-minute candle down on Apple. YSing VIX back to Tuesday low. Thank you. Good observation. Apple's starting to lose momentum here, guys. Apple's looking quite a bit heavy here. Intraday 10-minute chart. Getting a big 10-minute stick down. Losing some structure here intraday. Losing a key 10-minute EMA. Interesting. Dollar still softening. Natural gas still weak, down 1.4. Crude oil still down 3%. My oh my. Bitcoin still slightly negative. Dow starting to curl down. S&P back into its opening range candle. Apple's still coming in a touch here, guys. We're seeing some sell side pressure hitting the tape. S&P looking a little bit heavier here. Gotta get us a snack here. This is a big dump on Apple, guys. Take a look at this candle on Apple. Nasty dump. Boom. Big sell pressure. Really hindering SPY right now. Apple max pain is 225. Yikes. By when? Not by Friday. That's crazy. But yeah, it does look like Apple's going to take out the lows from Wednesday last week, Wednesday, Thursday. Does look like it. Good Constellation Brands, guys. New high. SMCI is still ripping. Webull looks ready to go, guys. Webull on the precipice of an inverse head and shoulders breakout. This could be one that gets a big breakout tomorrow. Looking at UNH here, what a magnificent hammer candle on the daily. Tempest AI looks primed for a continuation to the upside. Looking pretty good. Oh my God, Alibaba, guys. Our 175 calls are almost in the money. Beautiful. China stock still ripping. How's TME doing? TME. TME. Can't seem to type. Wow, 10-cent music going in the opposite direction. Damn. Glad I didn't take that long. Whoa. It's getting interesting though, down here. A little bit lower. TME might be a bit of a buy. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. TME. It's pretty cool. All right, how is JD doing? Yeah, JD is also getting hammered. PDD, that's also weak. Wow, China stocks weak across the board. Netflix. Let's see what they're doing. Geez, Netflix just cannot get out of its way, fortunately. Lots of red out there, guys, starting to hit the tape. Your market is concentrated into a few names here, semis and tech. Baxter still looking good. CMG, Chipotle, wow, still ripping. Crazy. Nike today pulled back. Lululemon today pulled back quite a bit. TKNG having a decent day. DocuSign. Boeing still an absolute beast. Flying. No pun intended. And Starbucks. We mentioned this one in the pre-market. Looking for a breakout. That breakout has occurred. I do have some common shares long Starbucks. Starbucks looks like it wants that 97, 98 bucks minimum. And then I have higher price. I think it'll, they say stocks at 90 go to 100, right? So we'll see. PayPal still getting wrecked. Jeez. Such dismal price action for PayPal. BTC still trying to climb and press. Pretty decent consolidation intraday. SPY still holding some technical resiliency. Silver is not a stock. Silver is a commodity. And SLV isn't at 90 yet. SLV is still not at 90. SLV is a stock. Silver is a commodity. I knew you were gonna come in with that silver line, Dom. I knew you were gonna come in. You're funny. Crack me up, Dom. It is shiny. Keep doing it. I'm happy you're making money on silver, Dom. That's the way to be. ASML climbing. Yeah, it's a strong tape. And you got strength pretty much everywhere, except for a handful of commodities. Natural gas turning green. Interesting. Yeah, ASML climbing. ASML is still a beast. It might stay fairly buoyant today. I mean, the market is strong, guys. The market is super strong. I wouldn't be surprised if SPY still tries to make a gun for all-time high. You're seeing liquidity coming in everywhere. Oh, you did puns. Made such a mess. I just gave you a treat and you made such a mess. Come here. Still leading the charge. QQQ still up 1%. AEC spike 13%. Let's take a look. Yep, making a nice move today. So again, I can't recommend these stocks because the volume is too light for me and the group. Only 102,000 shares. Not enough for us to all exit and take profits. I don't want to be exit liquidity. I want to have exit liquidity. But yeah, nice move for sure. It's a nothing burger, AEC. It's silver trying to punch higher here. She bought into PBR Commons and options last week, 1250 up 40%. Beautiful. Are you selling your energy plays? Petrobras Brazil PBR. Did you sell? Did you take profits or are you riding still? What you doing with that trade? $58 contracts? Riding their February? Okay, good stuff. First still looks solid here. Slight negative divergence on daily, but weekly still looks like it's trending higher. Um, it's like a BRB. We're seeing a little bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape. Qs are kind of dragging the market down right now. You can see Qs have breached that 10-minute opening candle. SPY's still holding, the IWM still holding, but the NASDAQ, when the tech sells, obviously it's hard for SPY to stay buoyant. So QQQ is starting to come in and looking pretty heavy here. You got weakness in Apple. You got weakness in NVIDIA creeping into the mix. Meta is starting to fall a little bit. Google just trading sideways. Amazon looking like a bit of an H pattern bear flag intraday. AMD has softened up quite a bit. ASML curling slightly down. Taiwan Semi still curling down a little bit here. Micron has still holding its 10-minute opening range, but your Qs are certainly seeing a little bit of selling. Silver still pushing for another high. Here comes the Qs. Qs are getting heavier. Qs are continuing to see some sell side pressure. If Qs enter this gap window, I mean, could be quite a bit of selling that could occur. All right, Qs are breaching. Qs are breaching. SPY starting to lose its opening range. Still have support at prior day high. NVIDIA getting heavy here as well. Quite a bit of sell side pressure coming into your Qs in tech. NVIDIA, Apple looking somewhat vulnerable. NVIDIA looks like it could easily fall a little bit more down to 188, 187. Apple's looking somewhat bearish. SPY is trying to breach its opening range. QQQ does have some support there, prior day high. They are bouncing the Qs just off that prior day high. Holy shit, we got so much snow outside. Gotta go clear some walkways so I can take my dog out. Qs are fairly heavy here. SPY's now joining the sell party. See if the markets want to capitulate and take out the lows. So Qs took out their low on Just on this last 10-minute candle, we'll see if SPY wants to take out its low or at least test it. Looks like it's going to flush. Does. Qs are sitting at a little bit of support though, and it's been one big chop fest in the market intraday today. You know, very tight trading range today on the indices. All right, just took it out. Look at them smoking SPY, obliterating it. Just took some calls in the SPX group here off of that low. Printed, we are all out. Wonderful little trade. Just a quick scalp there, 18%. Boom. Nice little scalp there. What's crazy is they could still flush us into this gap. There could be some end of day shenanigans. Nice bounce on Nvidia. Apple still curling to the downside here. All right, so QQQ defending its prior day high. Do have a point of control a little bit higher on the chart. NVIDIA bouncing, Apple's still weak. 2-year yield still spiking. Apple 275.50 coming in hot. Do you mean 257.50? 275? You're bullish, Apple? NVIDIA pumping here. Seeing quite a bit of bullish 10-minute candles. Apple still drilling. Yeah, Apple's drilling here. Apple's drilling. Just be careful though. Qs have had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10-minute down candles. There is some support here. You got 10-minute EMA. You got a prior day high. Multi-sell candles. So there is some support. And NVIDIA looks like it's going to take out the highs. So NVIDIA is looking rippy. Again, they could easily flush us as well since they're into gap window. So it's a very tricky spot in the indices. But yeah, Apple does still look bearish. It's trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. But yeah, still pretty weak. Yeah, Apple is bearish for sure. I would have thought Apple would have taken out its lows already. I had a target of around 255 Pierce, but remember tomorrow's OPEX, so they do a lot of shenanigans before OPEX. So you have a whole bunch of different assets expiring. It's a pretty big expiry window too. But technically SPY is trading underneath its opening range low candle. Same thing with the Qs. You can see the Qs are hanging on by a thread here, right on this parallel channel. You lose this channel and you can flush. You lose the channel and you can flush. NVIDIA top wick distribution. They're still shaking the tree a little bit. Support down here, guys. Does look like they're going to try to float us up here. I'm actually leaning slightly more for float and grind here into power hour. I don't think we're going to sell off and fill the gap anymore. I was thinking off of this sell, but I was thinking they're going to do it quickly. I think we're actually going to float up here. Apple defending 258. Now you have Nvidia curling down. Market is pinned here. Seven-minute still power hour. Nvidia is starting to soften a touch. QQQ has pulled back quite a bit. It was leading, now it's kind of lagging. IWM is still up 1.27%. Nvidia is still up 3. Apple down 0.7. Google down 0.99. Microsoft down 0.46. Netflix is struggling immensely. They're dripping SPY here. They might capitulate us here, guys. Let's see, we're looking vulnerable. They're shaking the tree some more. Bit of a 5-minute potential H pattern on SPY. QQQ yet again seeing some more sell side pressure. Nvidia, Apple curling down. They are trying to break some structure here. Back testing 5-minute EMA there. Looks like they're going to break the structure here. If they take out this channel, QQQ breaching its first channel, second channel coming up here. Shit. YS is full bear mode. He wants a big flush. Can hear the toilet. Yeah, they are giving us a nice little sell program here. A tiny pullback in silver. Small pullback in gold. Bigger pullback in the indices. Nvidia, Apple curling to the downside. Google down 1, still struggling. Microsoft still struggling. You've made too many puts this week. Well, you might get a flush here. Apple's still looking pretty heavy. There's always a chance of a flush here. Things are getting heavy here. They taken down a little bit here. There's some support though on SPY. QQQ backtesting this massive reversal pivot now. Well, we'll see. That was a big buy program that hit the tape. Full round trip retest. They are breaching it right now. officially started. Seeing a nice little bounce off of support. Bit of sell side pressure hitting silver here into the close. A little bit of profit taking off of the intraday rally that occurred. One pattern we've got to be careful of an SLV is a potential head and shoulders. Hasn't triggered yet, but it could.
Either way, you're going to win, or no?
Not necessarily. If they pin it,
Oh.
then we both lose.
Oh.
Right? I still don't think you take a call. What's crazy is we had the perfect backdrop today of silver. I woke up, I was like, fuck yeah. Why? The dollar, US dollar broke out today, ripping. Look at that nice breakout. We had the yields ripping. I was like, fuck yes, they're going to crush it. And they fucking kept it up. You had yield strong. Look at it. 2-year yield up 1.4, 10-year yield up. Dixie. Oil was getting crushed. Bitcoin was getting crushed. I mean, silver's still down, but fuck, not down as much as I thought.
Last night, the fucking markets are closed.
God damn. I know. We have a little bit of hope. It's a long shot, but there's still a little bit of hope. I mean, we could have an easy 7% gap down in us. I think they'll gap us down tomorrow. I think they will. This is a bearish candle.
My experience is Friday's a disaster on Wealthsimple.
You know, this
Because
is
that's all I could look. I never looked at this, right? I never looked at charts. I could only just say, based on my gut feeling, Friday afternoons were a fucking disaster. Because, like you said, maybe everybody was selling, and I just said, I never buy anything on a Friday afternoon because it's a fucking disaster, unless you're buying for the low.
You were in profit briefly here. You had about, I could have made you about 14 bucks a couple times. I was like, no, they're going to keep taking it down. And then they just fucking reversed it, man.
No, I ain't worried.
But we have a long shot.
Well, I mean, that's not a big investment.
No, it's
what
not.
the return could be if you get something.
It's a lot, right? It's a fucking 1-day, 2-day event.
That's it.
All right? You're playing against. But this probability still point to a decline. I mean, 2.5 standard deviation is massive. Like mathematically, it's less than 1% chance that it goes higher. It's a 0.62% chance that it stays here. 0.62.
Above my number? Or no, at that level.
At this.
Yeah, but that level's still a few percentage points away.
5%?
Yeah.
No, our $79 level is roughly 4.5% away. But we hit it last night. Like you look here, I mean, it tested it. We would have made money.
Yeah.
Right? That's where it sold off
but
to.
not just break even, right?
No. If I was able to close last night, we would have been up about 300%.
Oh.
Yeah.
At that 79?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a big level.
Oh.
And then they fucking reversed on us. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, that's still a. Yeah, it's crazy. It's frustrating, but it's the market.
They're fucking big.
But this is still a bearish candle. It's called a hanging man. It's a very high probability. So where price action fell today, so that we didn't even get
that spiked what time?
So this was the futures decline that we were watching last night. That's when it sold off.
But that big candle.
Yeah.
Where was that big candle up? What time was that?
Which one? This red one?
Yeah, no.
This
Isn't that the green one, isn't it?
The green one is yesterday.
Oh.
Right? So I swung puts
Yeah.
at the high yesterday.
Okay.
And then we were watching. This was the high. That was the big candle. This was the high of the. This is a smaller time frame now. This is 10 minutes.
Okay.
The other one was a daily.
Okay.
So this was basically the high of that green candle right over here.
Yeah.
Then we watched the decline start. The new candle started last night in silver, and we watched it fall.
Wow.
Boom. And then we only opened up the markets. 9:30 a.m. opened up right here, 89.
And it just climbed all day.
And then it just rallied from there. They fucking bought the dip.
Who would have made money in here?
Only futures traders.
Fuckers, eh?
I know. It's crazy. All right, so like our $79 target is this line here, this dotted line. I'll change it. And look, we didn't even open up at it, so I couldn't sell.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, I thought we were going to decline, and then they just kept bidding it up. But we do have a head and shoulders, and this is potentially a lower high. So if this breaks...
Where's the head?
I'll draw it in here. So that's your left shoulder, that's your head, and that's your right shoulder. Okay. Rounding formation, head and shoulders.
Yeah.
And basically this is your neckline.
Yeah.
Pivot to pivot, and now we're sitting right on that neckline. If you break the neckline, there's a 75% chance that it plays out to the downside. And
Really?
how you calculate the downside is you measure from the top of your head down, a plumb line, all the way down to your neckline.
Yeah.
And then you put it to the breaking point, which is literally right here. And a target gives us to 78.33. We make money if it hits that. And so this is a 75% if it breaks this neckline, plus you factor in the fucking deviation move.
So what's the option to a neck, head, and shoulders? What goes after that? Nothing, just unconventional?
What do you mean?
Well, if it doesn't follow that pattern, what does it do? Does it just create a normal chart or what?
So if this doesn't break,
Yeah.
then you can flip it bullish. You got an inverse head and shoulders, the opposite. So this right shoulder could start to round, and now you have a neckline this way, okay?
Yeah.
And now you can calculate the target the reverse.
Oh.
But head and shoulders at the all-time highs have a higher chance of failing, and that takes you to about 88 on SLV. But again, I don't know if it's going to work out that way.
Maybe another day.
We'll see. But it's long. I mean, I was really disappointed because we lost a lot of value on our contracts. It sucks. I hate that. You know, it's really disappointing. Really disappointing. But if we do a big gap down tomorrow, and tomorrow's OPEX, it's monthly expiry and weekly expiry. So there's a lot of contracts that will be rolled out. So I think that's probably what they're waiting for.
There's a whole bunch of dollars sitting at that low price, right?
Oh, man.
Wasn't there?
It was $1 billion.
At the low price.
At the low price.
So how do they catch those ones?
So
how
I'll
do they
show
clean
you
those guys out?
So let me show you the chain.
What does the price have to be? The chart.
Let me pull it up here. Where are we? 30 minutes left. So if I go to the chain here, expiry tomorrow, look at these calls right now. So right now, there's 73,000 contracts open interest, open.
Yeah.
At a price of $13 each. That's 1,300. Sorry, that's that's 1,300 a contract. We paid 78.
Yeah.
This is 1,300 times 73.
At what price level? At 70?
That's at so they're buying in the money at 70, right?
Yeah.
So basically, their break-even point is 83.20. They need a close price tomorrow above 83.20, or else $1 billion of contracts expire worthless. So look what we're below right now. Look what we're hovering at. 83.11. 83.18 is break even.
Wow.
So about 2,000 people closed their contracts or traded or rolled out.
Yeah.
But right now,
they're not cashing in.
Right now, those contracts are still holding because price is literally right there at 83.12.
But they're break even.
They're break even. Some might be in profit, some might be in, but net, most are break even. That's $1 billion sitting right there. That's the most.
Now, if that price dropped, it makes it worse. Then they're out of the money.
Then they get burned. Then you start losing. Like if that drops, you know, if it drops a couple dollars, they'll start losing 10, 20, 30, 40%.
Like us.
Yeah.
They're in our situation.
That's right. So it's a slippery slope.
But those contracts are all due tomorrow as well?
All expired tomorrow.
How do you know? Where's that show?
January 16th.
Oh, I see.
It's the same chain as us.
Okay.
Right?
Huh.
So they could gap us down tomorrow, and then they burn all those contracts. And you look at the break-evens, right? I mean, these people who are lower.
That's the problem. The computers are fucking beside us.
The computers know.
Right? And don't ask me how the computers. Like I want to ask Simple. Like when you place that order, it filled right away.
Oh, I know.
Instantly,
I had a limit. I was watching it.
Yeah, you did a limit purchase?
Yeah, I did a limit.
Okay.
Did a limit.
Because I wanted to ask them what the delay is between the market. Like is there a lag between this platform that you use and Simple placing the order?
No.
They're instantaneously?
Yeah, they're instant.
Are they?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, they're instant.
And do you think that Quest Trade and Simple have the same time period for placing, or do you think one is faster than the other?
Hard to say. The only thing I've noticed difference is different spreads, tiny difference on different stocks. So certain brokerages will charge more depending on the stock, but they're very similar.
Yeah. I opened up.
Like for instance, if
I
I
tried
go
to
to
fucking open up that Quest Trade,
yeah,
and I got as far. They took all my fucking information, everything. I gave them
course.
everything, and this is all I fucking see. Nothing. I have a account. I can't do fuck all. I can't see anything. I can't do anything until I add money.
yeah, I know.
They
I
won't
know.
allow me to even
That's
look at the
right.
software. Well,
No.
why do I want to add money? I don't even know what the fuck.
Because they got some proprietary stuff. So look here. So these are the difference between Quest Trade. My contracts, your contracts. Yours are sitting at 39.50. Mine are between 38 and 41. But I have a refresh button that I can keep tapping to refresh. This is auto refresh. So you're at the mercy of them refreshing.
So
That's the big difference,
refresh
right?
rate? Do we know?
I don't know. It's supposed to be pretty quickly, like when you're going for a sell or this or that.
Well, I'm gonna
right?
I'm gonna ask them. Well,
Yeah.
simple. What's your there it goes. It just
Yeah,
refreshed,
just
right?
refresh.
I'll ask them right now. I'll fucking do it on the chat. Yeah, I'll go and do this, and don't worry about that. You stay on.
No, I'm gonna help. All right, I got 25 minutes left.
No, that's fine. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Yeah, it's crazy. They had it last night and they fucking bought it up, man.
What do we
Crazy.
call that? The market price?
Yeah, how quickly does your options contract refresh?
How quickly does your
Options
options contract price?
contract price refresh. So now, like, I could sell your contract and we could go for an end of day S&P 500 pump, 24 minutes, but no, we'll hold our silver. This is where the
contract balance update. It says options contract prices in the Wealthsimple app update in real time during market hours. So you'll always see the most current prices available. If you're tracking a specific contract, you can also set up price alerts in the app to get notified about price changes. Would you like instructions on how to set up price alerts? No, we know how to do that.
And what's even crazy is like this fucking indicator. We even have a sell signal on the hourly chart. And it stayed a sell signal on silver the whole day, even with silver climbing. But it hasn't fucking sold. Bullshit.
This contract has low liquidity. What's that mean?
Low volume. Not a lot of people are buying it. A
Oh.
lot of speculation.
So there we've rounded the corner now. We're coming back up again a little bit.
Barely. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm fucking pissed. I really thought I was gonna be able to roll it. So my plan was to sell it today when it dipped and then do a big bounce trade. Because there will be another big bounce in it. But I know if I had more time and money, if I had a little bit more money to short this, yeah, I would. Because I know it's gonna come in. Everyone's crazy, crazy. It's the volume today.
So what's this here? Bid. 1234.
That's how many people are bidding it right now, sitting there, limit orders.
They're setting limits?
Yeah.
On that price, what
Yeah,
we're doing?
yeah.
So it's not many.
That's a lot.
Well, 940. How come? So
Right,
people
it's
just
fluctuating.
sold? Oh,
People are
people are selling or what?
People are buying and selling, yeah, right
Oh.
now as we speak.
The ask price is 923.6, but how does that relate to us?
What do you mean?
Well, what does that number relate to us?
That's just what we would be able to sell at right now for a loss. So you can see right now. So this is the position. Our price is 78.
Yeah,
Right now it's only valued at 39. We're down 50%, 49.36%
yeah.
on the contract. Because if I sold right now, it's the limit sell is 38.
Yeah.
A market sell right now, I don't even know what it would sell us at, but we're not gonna. So we're gonna have to swing it. I mean, it's like
There's
a zero euro.
It's a volume of 6,000.
Yeah, why?
Break even is
I mean, I
78.
looked at the whole chain last night and I'm fucking shocked. The max pain was down. There's no downside protection. I don't understand how they pumped it up this quickly.
It's the market.
I know
They're
it
there to
is.
catch you.
Yeah. We just need a big gap down tomorrow.
You hear what? There was a big announcement today that Bombardier is opening a new manufacturing plant in just outside Montreal, 120 or 150,000 square feet, $100 million. It's going to be up and running by 2027. The plant. Now, they said it was for one thing, but maybe it's for the fucking Gripen airplane. Because there's a lot of discussion about that building it here in Canada. So maybe they need another fucking plant in order to build that warplane.
Yeah, this is a 2.5 deviation move. 2.5. So this little red band that's faint.
Yeah.
That's a 2 standard deviation band. This is a 2.5 move. 2.5 standard deviation move that it's holding. Extremely rare.
So can the bottom fall out like 5 minutes before the close?
So
or not necessarily.
This selling that occurred yesterday, this is a 1 hour. Boom. That was down 4.67%. Even more, because that candle range from the high, it can sell quick.
Yeah.
That was a 6.5% sell in 1 hour. And that's probably why it bounced, is because it sold off too quickly. So the selling can happen. You're still inside of that red bar. This is still an inside bar bearish price action. So that same seller could fucking hammer us again tomorrow. You're still inside of that big bearish bar. But, damn.
You got another day.
Probabilities are unlikely, but we do have another day.
Okay. Little bathroom. Yes. So, can you sell your contract right up to the final hour?
Yep.
At a loss.
I can sell it right now for about 36 bucks.
Yeah, does it get worse like as you get closer to the end?
Yes. Like that's with the time, right? Time's ticking into tomorrow, right? So that's where you burn theta. It's called theta decay, time decay.
That's why it's not going to move at all tomorrow. Because they're trying to get that $1 billion out. And they're gonna let those fucking contracts
Yeah, but
expire.
to eat that billion, right now, most of that billion is fine. Most of it. To eat it, price needs to go lower.
Oh, okay. Well, then that computer could still look at that tonight.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure fucking AI is involved.
Oh,
in
they
all that
are.
fucking shit.
They are. The option chain is shenanigans. For sure it is. Oh, I know it is. Yeah, listen, I mean, we could still get a really big retest down.
As if they want to capture that money, and that's what it's about, right?
That's what it's about.
It's like the casino. The casino always wins.
Yep.
Yeah, they gotta pay out once in a while, but they prefer not to fucking pay out.
Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. That's right.
Well, the market's the same way. You know who makes
But
that fucking
fuck
money?
me, man. The level was spot on last night. Fuck. It was crazy. Crazy. Even this morning, I was like, you know what? Usually when they sell it off in the futures, they'll retest those lows.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the hell happened. They just ran it up. Crazy. Strong.
Commentary?
Yeah, I got a stream going. Yeah, we can still make money. If it falls 5% more, we can still make money, but we don't make as much. That's the problem. Our profits get like half.
Yeah.
That's the time. That's the time. It's the fucking time.
Why does it get halved?
It's called theta.
Oh.
As contracts, I'll show you a graph of it. It's easier to see with a picture. As you get closer to your expiry date,
Yeah.
the probabilities on a curve on a theta curve show that the trade is less likely to get to that area. So market makers weighing the contracts as you approach that expiry date. They start eating into it. It's called theta burn.
I see. I thought once you got your contract, you got your contract. That was it.
No, that would be too easy. There's the time aspect is the tricky part of options.
Oh, okay.
You're fighting against time.
Yes. So that's what I call, if you're gonna trade that way all the time, chances are you're
Oh, we're not. I mean, we just have. It's a little buy. I'm trying to fucking grow it quick, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you should always have like that's where your two-pronged strategy comes in, and you have something that maybe you're heading towards, 10 or 15% return
Yeah.
as one strategy, but then you're trying to complement that with some big windfalls when they come along, and it makes sense to do it.
Exactly. Now, this last 10 minutes, 350 every single day, you get what's called MOC, market on close. You get money flowing in and out, buy side, sell side pressure. These are where people make these crazy, penny options and they poof, make 1,000% in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Because you get insane wicks potentially. And it's going to happen in 10 seconds.
And how long does that last for?
It's like quick, 5-10 minutes.
Oh.
But it comes out in 2 seconds here, MOC. And dropping it initially, popping it up, That's pretty muted for now. Pretty muted. Oh yeah, they could just pit it because most of those $1 billion in contracts haven't closed. They're still there on the chain.
Yeah.
Hoping that silver gaps up, pushes higher. So maybe they gap it down tomorrow. On a Friday, we'll find out.
Because they gotta weigh their odds. Some people are gonna win if they gap it down and others are not.
Yeah.
So they have to look and see where can they get their biggest bang for the buck.
But most of it is still down. I mean, I looked at all of it, calculated, and I'm surprised. SPY fell. All the major indices still closing positive on the session today, but well off of their highs, specifically the Qs. Qs got absolutely wrecked and faded. That being said, there is some support down here at these levels. We'll see if these channels can hold on the Qs. Tomorrow is OpX. Keep in mind also Monday, the markets will be closed. Nvidia's been your standout performer. Apple, Google lagging, Microsoft lagging. Crypto got absolutely hammered today. You've had natural gas go from negative to positive to negative to positive. Right now it's holding some positive gains. Silver, big rally off of the lows, still down 1%. Gold down 0.46. Crude oil has been absolutely slammed. I mean, you know what's really crazy is the market loves crude being low. And when you have crude selling off this sharply and the markets couldn't sustain their gains, not really the best sign in the overall near term. Now, that being said, with the employment data that we did get today, you did have a spike in the yield market. And the initial jobless claims coming hot, 2-year yield spiking, 10-year yield also spiking. So it seems S&P 500 stocks are doing a little bit of repricing here. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty mixed price action across the board. Lots of rotation still occurring under the hood of this market today. Once again, some of your value plays have been exceptionally strong. Nice to see SMCI defending this channel support, getting a little bit of a buy program in liquidity. You've seen Alibaba still act pretty resilient, even though it's off of its highs. Today, the VIX did get compressed quite a bit. Lots of red on the screen, but also lots of green. Lululemon made a nice little reversal, LULU. That stock bounced off of the lows, taking it positive. Good to see. Nice strong day for some of your transport stocks. UPS, green. I think that's probably just due to the fact that crude oil. FedEx was doing wonderfully well, and then it got sold into. Obviously, you got strength across your semiconductors. TSM, guys, still rejected off of that pre-market high. Huge volume candle. Usually they like to retest it and then sell it off a little bit, but TSM, that was kind of a clean short setup throughout the day. ASML had a really good day, but also coming in from the highs of the session. Micron getting reversed from the highs. AMD reversing from the highs, but still a positive session overall. Vista Corp, some of your utilities have absolutely flown to the high side today. So across the landscape, when I look at sectors, utilities ripping today, very strong sector. Staples absolutely flying to the high side, ripper. So between staples and utilities, some capital has definitely moved a little bit more defensively today. But yeah, still a crazy day for utilities across the landscape. Let's see what else we got. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up here. Thank you all for tuning in. We will see you all tomorrow for Friday. My dog's getting a little bit antsy, wants to go play in the snow. All right, take it easy, guys. Cheers.